Alright, okay, something new for today. Giving thanks in every way, as I would say, about to offer massive value, as I would tell you. Getting into something new while I do what I do. Coming through with the new piece to the marketing dashboard. This is the marketing dashboard for Stackivate app. Activate the stack, So, what I'm gonna do is come through and make sure the stream is working good first. Give thanks for life and health and strength and length of days. So I would say, the journey goes on, the journey continues. Everything's working good. All right, so today I'm going to build what is conversion tracking, also known as URL gotcha, also known as attribution module. So attribution, it's going to move me away from guessing towards knowing in regards to the loop between pieces of content that the marketing system creates and user signups, user call to actions, whatever I am using for the call to action for each different piece of marketing content. This is like the holy grail for entrepreneurs or anybody who wants to monetize a project. So, why I'm doing this? Right now, I'm just shipping content and hope into a void. Without a tracking system, my efforts are destroyed. And I would say, I'm drifting on nothing but vibes. So I'm losing the metrics that leads to our tribes. In this case, the investor tribe, beginner investors. And welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Good morning to you too. Another great day. Give thanks, as I would say, in every way. And we got a lot of value to go through. Hello back to you. Good to see you too. Coding is what I do, and marketing too, and business too, and mindset too. It's all about abundance. It's all about, we can all run this in our own great ways to provide value. I'm not even focused on the money first. I'm just focused on providing value to everybody. The most value I can provide based on my own good skill set, based on like my own unique benefits. So, trying to bring this information to everybody so hopefully they can do the same. And it's a new day. It's a new era. We can all get it together and we can all create the community of unity to where we all help lift each other up and be at the forefront. I feel that this is like the beginning of the AI coding new business era wave. So getting in from the start, we're all here and this is the place to be. So we got the solution. So I'm vibe coding a loop that's tight and lean to track every click on the marketing screen. It's basically a redirect table and a short link path to do all the tracking and marketing math. And so it's gonna put tracking on links, gonna put tracking on posts, so I can get the most information back from what I track. Without that, who knows, what links are people clicking on, what marketing is working the best, what call to actions are working the best. Yes, building the rap as I go, staying in the flow and doing what I know. So, the vision, not just coding, scaling the height, building a fortress for $1 million flight. And this is day 70, just starting. The mission is set. And I'm about to build the best attribution engine yet. So don't worry or fret. It's always something new with what I do. Getting into, let's see. Got some options to pick. Basically just told Claude what I want to make. And got a rundown of, what the attribution system would be. Just some questions for me to answer and see what would be the best way to go about this. All right. Looks like there's 3 options for the first question. For question number 1, I think the answer would be version 1, option 1. Basically, I only have this working on the local browser right now, so until I do get it up on the cloud, which I plan to do later, I'm not gonna build out the cloud right now just for this feature. So we'll just build it out right now for the local, and then plan to migrate it to the cloud later. For what gets wired into the existing pages, I think that would be all the options. If you have any more questions, about if that's not going to work with what we have right now, let me know. But it looks to me like maybe I'm not understanding this right, let me know. But I think it'd be possible to build all these options. They seem like they're all different options. So the default destination URL, you've got that right. It's for Stackivate.com. Channel vocabulary looks good to me. The only thing is email. I'm not sure if email is going to be living in the marketing dashboard or the CRM that I'm going to build next. From what I understand, maybe it would make more sense to have the email on the CRM because it's going to be about tracking the user journey through the site, understanding things that would be more personal for each email being sent out. But I'm also going to have a weekly newsletter, so maybe that part would just be through the marketing dashboard. But I guess it is possible too, if you think the best thing to do. What I'm thinking is build it right now with email included, and then I could either migrate it to the CRM dashboard or also include an email function on the CRM dashboard. For number 3, sounds like storing it makes the analytics page more useful. And that's what I want to do. See exactly what got clicked. So for number 4, hosting, I think, as I was saying, this is just on the local browser right now, so I think this would be defer it. So if you want to include a Cloudflare and Grok recipe in the README for later, I guess that sounds like a good idea, but I'll go with what you think is the best idea. If you have any more questions, let me know. So I'm about to build a marketing dashboard. Or I mean, I've already been building the marketing dashboard, but I'm about to do an attribution feature. And I want you to, help me explain in more detail each different part of the feature. Feature, starting with conversion tracking. So give me a rundown of like how conversion tracking would work specifically in reference to a marketing dashboard for an app. And this is a marketing dashboard right now, just setting it up for social media marketing and email, and I plan to add like a paid ads feature on it later. But I mean, it sounds like I can just add like a function once I add the paid ads to just have more link tracking for that specific feature. Respect every time, Langston. Good to see you. And the build is going good. Just getting started for today. Bringing massive value. Working on the attribution feature to the marketing dashboard. It's all about a few different kind of features in that. First one is a conversion tracking feature. And it's like the bridge between metrics like opens and clicks and business value like sales, signups, and revenue. The building tracking needs to be built on a flexible foundation because things will change over time. And in an app environment, the conversion isn't just a thank you page, it's an event. I need to define what the dashboard will listen for. We got soft conversions like app installs, account creations, newsletter signups, hard conversions, in-app purchases, subscription renewals, reaching a specific milestone, the mechanics. So it's going to track these effectively across the plan channels. So I need a identifier injection, UTMs, and deep links. The main thing is a UTM parameter. Email. The ESP email service provider should automatically append the UTM source. Like for the email, it would be newsletter. And then I can do specific things like if it was a campaign, like, month of May promo, and that would be on each link. For social, the dashboard should encourage to generate unique links for bio links or posts to distinguish between organic, like an organic IG account versus an organic X account. And gotta change this music up because the voice is coming on it again. And I keep telling it to do instrumental, but that's okay. Alright, let's see. Something new. I want to go back to the elevator. There we go. So standard web URLs often break when they hit an app. We'll eventually want to use deep links. That would come through like another service. This will ensure if a user clicks a link on social, they're sent directly to the correct page inside the app. There's a handshake, the tracking script. When the user arrives to the site or app from that link, the dashboard needs to know basically like who they are, where they came from, If they click a link in an email, go to the website, then download the app, I need a way to pass that UTM data through the App Store. Or in this case, I'm not on the App Store, it would just be like my own knowledge. There's an attribution window. I need to decide how long I'll get credit to a click. If they click an email today, but by in 7 days, does the email get the credit? Standard is like 7, 14, or 30 days. So, no doubt, yeah, good to see you, and enjoy work, create something good, and thank you for the good wishes, and same to you and everything you do. So, we got the server-side postbacks, cleanest way for an app dashboard to work. The user completes a purchase in the app, and the app server sends a post back to the dashboard's database. The dashboard looks at the user's ID, finds the last marketing click associated with them, and logs the win. This is going to be the most important part of the feature, because it's going to be telling me what is driving sales. So data visualization, going to have conversion tracking broken down into a simple table or chart. So it could show, like, you know, maybe 1,000 clicks came from email, and I could break this down by like week, you know, month, whatever I want to do. You know, maybe those 1,000 clicks led to 100 conversions. So then, like, the conversion rate would be, you know, about 10%. For like social, same thing. Maybe, you know, that's a little bit lower than email, usually a lower conversion rate, and then direct, probably going to be the lowest. So preparing for the paid ads pivot. And when I do set up paid ads later, the system I'm building right now is going to be like 80% of the way there. So I won't have to do much to just like set that extra part up. Alright, so let's see. Looks like we're locked in. All right. I agree with what you have for both 1 and 2, both questions. The only thing I can think to add is for question 2. Right now, the post generators are pasted based on, like, there's an observation section, and so like I'm making the post right now where it's generating the post based on each individual observation, and I'm just using that for version 1 until I dial in these better, get a better idea of what's working, and then I will migrate the post generators to their own kind of like feature in the dashboard. so I don't have to access them through each individual post. But however you want to set this up, that you think would work best, knowing that sounds fine to me. If you have any more questions, let me know. Just going with the flow. Looks like the build is starting. All right. So far, that's a win. I feel like I just began the stream. It's all part of the dream and the vision that I've been building out. This one is Claude Code Plan Mode, max effort. Back to the chat. How's it going, Anna? Good to see you again. Doing something new for the marketing dashboard. So if you're looking to create Doesn't even have to be something that's paid. You could just be creating like a free app or a free site, and this could even apply to that. So it's called attribution. So when you do marketing, you want to have calls to action where you send people to, maybe different features on whatever you're creating, a website or an app, telling someone to click the buy button, something like that. So this is something that's going to go into the link when people click it, so that it's going to send me back the data to see what marketing content specifically led to clicks, what people clicked on, what marketing is working the best. And over time, can use that to get more data and get better. So, and I'm not sure if Langston's still here, but I think I can answer that for you. That Ollama is the agent that you would be using, and you'd use that agent to build whatever you want to build. So we were telling you, and Langston was letting you know some options like Ollama that were free. So you could actually, use that agent to build more agents, if that helps more. Maybe there's like a specific agent you wanted to build, but you'd be using, if you used Ollama in VS Code, Ollama would be an agent, an example of an agent. But that doesn't mean like you can't use that agent to build another agent, if that makes sense. Just gotta get the app up on the local browser. There we go. The attribution. It's like the Constitution. Now it's set. Okay, so just looking at the code, you don't want to make a coding agent. Okay. If I remember correctly, I don't think you guys are talking about making coding agents. You were looking at how to use an agent, which would be, in your case, you were recommended Ollama. But let me know if you have more specifics on what you're trying to build. Maybe that would help me explain this better. So today, like I said, I'm building the attribution. I'm just basically finished it, and here we go. We got active links right now, 0 clicks all time, 0 clicks last 7 days, 0, and last 30 days, 0. So, just got this set up so there's no clicks yet. I click to add a new tracking link. Stackivate's already in there. It's where the majority is going. It looks like I could change this if I needed to. I can put in the specific channel. Awesome. We even got a drop down. Looks like it's not showing on the stream. Let's say for X. And it's gonna be like an X post. I see something right now I need to do is posting black text over like the dark mode. So that, excuse me. But this allergy was getting better today. Then I went outside for a while, and probably not the best thing to do. But the sunshine was nice. It was a nice day. Okay. So before I continue on this, filling this out, I definitely want to go back to the code. I want to let it know about this UI issue. Alright, so there's a small issue with the UI. I've got this dashboard on dark mode, and the text is like black, so it's really difficult to see. So whatever you think, if you want to make white text. I like the drop down feature that you have, so keep that, but just fix it up so it's probably white text because of the dark mode background. I want you to explain more about bot filtering, which is going to be a feature of this. So this is something where I don't understand very well. It sounds like this is something new with AI. Help me understand this better, this bot filtering feature. So this is definitely more of like a new issue. It wasn't that big of a deal in the past. I've done something, I've done this before more manually with the link tracking, attribution stuff. So in the past it was basically like a blacklist of known bad IP addresses. But now bots have become much more sophisticated, mainly due to AI. So they're able to better mimic human behavior. Things that, in the past there would be measures set up to, be able to tell if it's a human, like if a mouse is moving or scrolling at a human pace, but now the bots can do that. So to protect the marketing dashboard from bot data, which would, skew the data, it would be kind of like bad data. The bot filtering feature needs to move beyond simple list and into behavioral and technical signal analysis. So now bots account for nearly 30 to 40% of all internet traffic. If you don't filter them, there's an inflated CTR, click-through rate. Social media ads will look like they're performing amazing, but your conversion rate could actually be 0. And skewed attribution. A bot might click an email link and then send a social link, and then a social link, and the dashboard might think a user is highly engaged when it's actually just a script crawling the links. And then, especially with paid ads, bots can drain a budget by clicking on expensive keywords. This is a big reason I'm holding off on paid ads right now until I understand this better, because still got more data I can get to get the ads better anyways, but sounds like it's a new world with paid ads where you're actually paying for clicks, and then, you know, bots can go and click on things. So looks like the fixes are live with the UI. Just gotta refresh the page. There we go. Alright, so say like an X post. And the campaign would be time machine feature. Content tag. Okay, let me make sure I'm doing this right. Broker feed thread. Okay, so yeah, that was right. Sending people to the time machine feature. So this will be the observation ID or short post tag, and I believe this is basically like the URL for the link to the feature, but I'm gonna double check that. Can you explain more about like best practices for filling out the content tag feature, or the content tag data for this feature? So here's how the filtering actually works for the bot. It's going to use 3 layers of detection, or the filter works for recognizing bots. Technical fingerprinting. There's a handshake phase. The dashboard looks at the metadata of the click. There's a user agent spoofer. Does the browser claim to be Chrome on iPhone, but the screen resolution and hardware specs don't match an iPhone? There's data center IPs. Most humans browse from residential ISPs. If a click comes from an Amazon Web Service data center, then it's probably a bot. Behavioral analyst, the AI part. This is where AI has changed the situation with bots. Instead of looking at who the visitor is, the system looks at how they act. Movement patterns. Humans are messy. We scroll at varying speeds, move of mice in jagged lines. Bots move in perfectly straight lines or jump instantly from point A to point B. The impossible journey. AI can flag a user who clicks an email link in London and then 2 minutes later clicks a social media post from an IP in Tokyo. So then there's interaction challenges. There's like I am not a robot checkboxes. You know, if you're signing up for something, captchas, stuff like that. Modern dashboards use invisible challenges. The dashboard sends a tiny piece of code that requires the browser to perform a complex math problem or render a specific image. Humans do this automatically. Simple bot scripts often fail or ignore it. So then there's good bots and bad bots. Filtering shouldn't block everything. You need a categorization engine. Good bots are like search engines like Google and Bing, and AI agents like GPT or Claude. They're crawling to index the site or help users find information. I want to see those in the logs, but exclude them from the conversion ROI. So that's going to help me a lot to know if my marketing is working with Google, stuff like that. Bad bots, like I was pretty much talking about, scrapers, click fraud, spam bots. These should be blocked or nullified so they don't touch the dashboard metrics. So not only is this, keeping track of good links, but it's kind of filtering out bot traffic from the site. And then there's implementation for the dashboard. So pre-filter layer. Could use like Cloudflare. They do the heavy lifting of identifying the bot before it even hits the dashboard's database. There's a scrubbed view in the dashboard UI. It can show total traffic, show the verified human traffic, like the data I would actually use for marketing decisions. Anomaly detection. Build a simple trigger. If the Instagram link suddenly gets 5,000 clicks in 10 minutes but 0 app installs, can have the dashboard send an alert, like a potential bot attack detected on a campaign, and then it would show the specific campaign. Alright, so for this, be the content tag feature. Lowest resolution tag in the standard UTM convention. When two links share the same source or campaign, the UTM content is what tells them apart. It's like a specific variant field. So when I launch the create link form from an observation page, the UTM content is pre-filled with just the observation ID. When I launch it from a content gen result page, like X or TikTok, the same thing happens. With the per post style tucked into UTM campaign, and it'll show like, observation 42, which I could do for like a tag for that specific post. That's searchable but slightly off convention. The cleaner by convention split would be UTM campaign. And then like if I did UTM campaign, it'd be like observation 42. And then the UTM content would be provocation, the specific variant within that campaign. Then group by UTM content answers which post style works best across all of my content, and group by UTM campaign answers which observations actually pull traffic. Whether I adopt that or stick with the pre-fill is a style call. Both work, just be consistent. Okay, so like a scenario, I've got different styles of X post. So in this case, like, maybe I'm doing a question hook post. So I'm doing a post that's asking a question. And then, like I would write question hook for the UTM content. If it was a link in the X bio, which would probably just be sending people to the main site, then I would have the bio tracker on there. If it was a post that was a first quote, and there was an image in a TikTok carousel, then I could put quote 1, and I would know where it came from. Like just like the bio, I would know it comes from the bio. If they click that, it would send the data to the marketing dashboard that someone clicked that, and it was through that bio on my X account. So then I've got like sign up CTA. If I were to put a sign up button at the bottom of a newsletter, I would put the sign up CTA data in that link that a person would click to like check out the sign up. So then I would know where they came from. If it's like, just like a one-time thing and there's not a specific variant, I can still leave it empty. It'll just show that a click happened from my system. Gotta make sure that I label it right, like I use the dashes, no spaces. SQL aggregation depends on exact string matches. 3 spellings of the same idea won't group. Don't repeat what UTM source already says. If a source is X, putting X post in content is redundant noise. So I gotta keep it short, 1 to 3 hyphenated words. Long descriptions belong in the post text field on the link row, which doesn't end up in the URL, not in UTM content. You can think about the SQL I'd want to run before filling it in. Ask, would I ever want to filter all clicks where UTM content equals X? If yes, pick a value I'd remember and retype the same way. If no, leave it blank and don't sweat it. I should not put the dates in. The created at section already gives me time-based filtering. Usually the observation ID alone is enough signal to learn from the first 20 to 30 clicks. So like just getting this started, I don't need to focus on being too detailed. The main thing is knowing like, where the click came from, what piece of content it came from. Alright, so that's the campaign, the content. So in this case, let's just say it's the question. An X post that is a question hook. Observation ID is going to link the row back to the observation for analytics. For the start, it's just more like start getting the stuff out there, getting data. This is early in marketing. I haven't really built these accounts up yet, that I will probably be getting a lot of clicks from like the first few posts. So I don't really need to get into much detail right now. And I can even paste the post like, I don't want to go back out of this page right now, but let's say just what started your investment journey? Did it have anything to do with knowing yourself better? So let's say that's the post. I'm doing a question. What started your investment journey? Did it have anything to do with knowing yourself better? Then notes, anything else worth remembering. I can go ahead, click create link, and awesome. I was wondering that if it would, because if it gives me a short URL link. So, this would come out as a longer link at first. It's giving me the short URL, showing me all the information for this link. So when I put that post there, I can put that link there, even though like, that post in particular, I didn't add anything for, basically for like, a CTA. But I could still put the link to the site. Like, let's say I don't even have a CTA, I just put like stackivate.com. Someone clicks that and it takes them to the home page. Then it would be this link. Okay, so I want to make sure this part is working correctly because it's showing like the localhost browser instead of the actual Stackivate.com, but it's right, it's X post, sending people to the time machine feature. It's a question hook. And let's see, click archive. Well, first I'm going to go back to Claude. Something I wanted to check on is I just tried it out and created a link, and the first link looks like it is you know, something for it has the address for the localhost browser. So from what I thought, this link should be like the link for Stackivate.com, which is like where I would send the person to, and it shows in the link data the destination is Stackivate.com, which would be the app like that I would be sending it to. And in this particular link also, I've got it so like I'm sending them to a specific feature. So it would be like the time machine on Stackivate.com. So it would be like Stackivate.com/time machine. The main thing I'm wondering is like, this link is giving me the short URL. This is the link that I would put on the post, right? So like if this was a question and then I just put that link there, you know, I guess like wouldn't I be wanting to put the link to be Stackivate.com and then it would have this data embedded in it? I'm just kind of confused how this is working. It seems different from how I've set this kind of used this kind of attribution stuff in the past. So welcome to the chat, Josh. Respect every time. So this sounds like you're saying this would be too advanced for you to learn. You've just done HTML, CSS, and a bit of JavaScript in school. Okay, well, you know, mindset, man. If you think it's too difficult, then you're telling your brain that you're not gonna be able to learn it. You gotta stay positive. I believe anyone can learn this stuff. Just you know, subconscious mind is very powerful. If you think that it's too difficult, that's what your mind is going to be looking for, reasons that it's too difficult. But it's definitely possible. Alright. So like what I've seen before is more common. What I just built, or what Claude just built, is a little bit different. Usually there's a UTM tag, direct link. Paste this into the post. Okay, so yeah, usually you would paste it at the end of like the link. Like if I was sending people to the app, like Stackivate.com, I would just like paste it to the end of that link. And then the tracking data would live in the actual app's analytics, which could be like Google Analytics or Vercel or Netlify. So the marketing dashboard would not see the click. Okay, and this is how I've usually done it in the past. But now I'm storing it through the marketing dashboard, and that's why a short link with redirect. Okay. So when the visitor clicks that, it's right because it's showing right now the location of the localhost for the marketing dashboard. But it will still, the tracking lives in the dashboard, and the actual app or site still sees the UTM params down the stream. And I think the biggest reason I could think of that it would make the most sense to do this is I want the data in the marketing dashboard. Later I plan on setting up another agent that can, help me run this, and it will need access to this data from the marketing dashboard for the analytics. So the main thing I was wondering is pattern B, it only works for visitors who can reach the redirect URL. Okay, so here's an issue. Right now, the way they set it up, I still need to set up the tunnel through like Cloudflare. Pattern B isn't usable for real published content. Okay, so this is what I want. Need to make a fix. Gotta show both on the link detail page. They're gonna add a second copyable field labeled direct URL. No tracking, right under the existing short URL, same UTM params, but composed as what I'm used to, like building. That way I can paste this straight into a post today and it just works. When I eventually set up a public host for the redirect, the short URL becomes the better choice. Until then, the direct URL is the only one to actually use. Okay, but I would not have the internal click tracking. They're saying that would just be good for the audience, which I want to build something that's functional, so. I get what I gotta do. Alright. Looking at the chat, you want to get better at scripting. Alright. Say, definitely AI can help you with that a ton. So I'm still not 100% clear because I've never used the public tunnel. So that's the main thing I don't understand. And what you're saying is you could add that extra link, like, so it would show, like, in this case, the time machine feature, but it wouldn't actually be like doing anything functional. It wouldn't actually be sending the data back to the marketing dashboard. So this is the main thing that, I was storing the data in the site's analytics before. But right now, the main thing is I want to store this data in the marketing dashboard to, be able to be used when I build an agent in the future to help me improve the marketing over time. So basically, if that extra link is not going to have any function, it's not going to have any tracking, I don't want to add it. I'm just trying to understand, because this is a little bit different from what I've done before. Help me understand, what the public hosting or the public tunnel setup. like what that process is and then like how it works basically, because it's showing the local browser ID in the link. So it sounds like I would put that link in a public tunnel, and then I'm not really clear on how that public tunnel is gonna work with the actual, like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Kind of let me know how that works better, and also confirm that if I'm not signed in to the localhost browser, when someone clicks on that link, it'll still store the data in the marketing dashboard. Alright, Anna, until next time, good to see you, and keep making progress. So I just got to install Cloudflare, run the tunnel in the terminal. Then restart the app so it picks up the new environment variable. So that'll change it so it's not using my local host. It'll do the public host name through whatever system I use for this. Still stores in the dashboard even if I'm not signed in. And this makes more sense with this marketing dashboard with Python. Python app.py is always running, even when I turn it off. And the other one I did with JavaScript, it's not built like that. So like if I were to install this on the JavaScript, sounds like I would have to have it in the cloud. Okay, that makes sense. So even with this, I would still want to get this on a Cloud VM or Cloudflare worker, which I should have. So I'm going to do the install later because I'm on stream right now. But basically, it sounds like what you're saying is like, you know, I'm still logged into Python app.py, but once I turn off my computer, if anyone clicks that link, it's still not going to store it. Is that correct? Welcome to the chat, Small Playings, and respect every time. Good to see you. Saying, sir, continue. That's what I'll do. Continue on. All right. Okay, I'll commit this. I gotta make sure I commit this right now just because I got it done. So basically, the main part of the feature is built, like I just showed you guys. Copy the link. Paste it in the post. So like I would copy this link and go to observations generate X posts. From this particular observation. So these posts will be for this observation. And just notice I got to change this to white text. So that's another. Alright. So a little side thing is, like, I just went to create a post from the observation for X post, and I noticed the same issue here. There's black text for the and you can't really read it because it's on dark mode. So originally this was created in light mode, but I just recently switched it to dark mode. So I need you to go through the entire project, find anywhere where it's using black text on the dark mode, and change it to white text. But basically, like right here, if I highlight it, I can, yeah, okay. Your 401k, what I should do, this is the question, okay. So I would copy this, I could copy this post, pull up my X account, post it there, and then like manually add the link. And right now this is manual. But as I like make this better and make a version 2, it should be able to automatically, you know, show me a list of different posts. I'll click on it, confirm that it's good. Most likely I'll have to manually do some changing, so I'll have like, you know, an option to, you know, give it instructions on how to change it or change it myself, so it's like my actual words and my brand voice. And in the future it should be able to just automatically add the link and then automatically post it to the specific, whether it's a social site or a paid ad. So just for right now is where it's the manual process, making sure that it works right, and then update it. Okay, so now it should be switched to, let's see. There we go. Alright, so now I can read the text actually, and that's good. Got the, gonna try to generate some image prompts, make sure that's working with the right color text. Make sure it caught it on everything. Yup, awesome. That's working. So like right now this is all manual. You know, I'm trying ideogram and GPT image 2.0. I'll try them both, and over time I'll get a better idea of what's converting better, and then I'll probably just use like one and make it so that it automatically generates the image on here. Let's see. Looking at the chat, welcome back. The operator protocol, good to see you every time, respect. And give thanks every time. Hello to the Giza. No doubt. And hope you're getting some value off of what I have to tell you. You know, go ahead, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady, building out the attribution feature to the Stackivate app marketing dashboard. And this is a little bit different from attribution features I've done before, which go directly through the the site, or in some cases I haven't even had a site and it just comes through the like a specific not even a dashboard, but a site that it's all linked up to, basically. So first I gotta commit these the UI change, then I get into understanding how to get this working right, because right now it's not gonna work if the computer is off. So I gotta find a way, like maybe it just won't work until I get this dashboard on the cloud. Okay. Alright, so the main thing, I should push it first, that's right. Push it to GitHub. Boom. So I'm understanding this better, and you know, the main thing is basically this is going to be stored in this marketing dashboard. So when I later have an agent, the agent can use that data and help me run this better. And I can even see that data myself. But for right now, when the computer's off, someone clicks on a link, I'm not going to get the data. It's just going to, like, you know, not collect it, basically. So what you're saying is, like, even after I install, let's say I use Cloudflare, even after I install that, as long as this data is on as long as this dashboard is on the local host that is just on my machine, it's not going to be able to store the data. So I'm guessing is what you're saying, I would need to get this browser, this marketing dashboard on, like, would like a Vercel link work to where it's like live through Vercel, or would I need to actually have it working in the cloud to have it so it stores data, you know, all the time, even if my computer is turned off? Do the glasses help? Yes, they do. Stare at a lot of screens, so you know it's it can be bad for your eyes. I've tried the specific yellow lens glasses for, you know, can't remember what they're called, but they're made specifically for, you know, staring at screens, but doesn't seem to make any difference whether I use like darker glasses like these or those. And even I've looked into research that say those aren't really much better. I've noticed just having darker glasses like this make it easier on my eyes. So if you're staring at the screen a lot, some of the best things you can do are wear glasses, and also go and find a place where you can, like, get a view of something, like, you know, nature. Like, find a view of nature where you can, like, look out across, like, You know, the best would be like go off in the mountains, like you're gonna be able to see farther. But if you're in a city, you go to the top of like observation deck on top of a tower and just like look out over the distance, and that will help adjust your eyes. So those two things are pretty much for me what works best. No, I don't see any red or orange. No, this is like looking through dark glasses. Just glasses that I got sitting around. Okay, so I was definitely planning on putting this on the cloud at some point. And sounds like for right now, you know, I'm just setting up these social sites for doing the marketing posts. So basically, like, it's not that big of a deal. I can just make sure it's working, get the links up. One thing you brought up too is database. So for example, let's say I chose Supabase, and then I could have like the, you know, the app data on there, then like this marketing system data on there, and then a CRM system data on there, etc. So they all link together. As long as this is on the cloud, you know, if this is sent to this app, would I just need to change it later so it also sends it to like whatever database I'm using, like Supabase? Just help me understand like how that would work later. Would I need to like do something different, or would it just happen automatically when I set up the database? So when I set up the database, it's not going to happen automatically to store it there. Okay, so for right now, this is the first feature that it's required me to have a cloud feature to set up. And you know, it sounds like I can do that for like less than $10 a month, and I was gonna do it anyway. I'm not gonna do it today, but it sounds like for right now, to get this working 24/7, all I would need to do is get the cloud feature set up, and then right now it's storing it on the database within this particular dashboard. So like once I have the dashboard completed, then it would probably make the most sense to build out the CRM, store everything on the CRM's own dashboard database. And then if I like say I build like 1 or 2 more business systems, I'll do the same. I would like build it out, store it on its own database. And after I get all the entire like fleet of business systems built, then I would go and link them up to the database one by one. That would be shared with the actual app itself. So I could get that whole path of information. Let me know if this is the case, if I'm understanding this correctly, and then just give me like kind of another just text kind of like explanation of like an example you had above of like all the data that is possible of collecting. Like you were giving me an example. For like which observations actually drove to paying signups. So let me know about these 2 things. And this is kind of borderline something I'd want to be talking about with an LLM, just to conserve context for usage for Claude. But my usage right now is not even close to being full, so it's just easier and saves time to do it on here. Basically, any question I have about this that's not required to see the data of the actual project, like look through the project files, root folder. It's probably better to do it through LLM. For context, okay. So I'm getting it right, how it's supposed to work. Each system will have its own database. So this is really like looking at like all the information, like, you know, this is one part of what I'm building that would give me like this whole context. So like then other stuff I would be able to set up is, you know, once a user clicks the link, it's going to tell me like this data of everything I set up right now. But then another system would be how much is this certain user actually using this link. So, you know, let's say they get there and then they just bounce, they just leave. I would want to know that. Let's say they get there and they're using it a ton. I would want to know that. So this is just like one part to a bigger puzzle. Okay, I'm understanding this much better. So, to get this working now, I would want to install Cloudflare or a similar program. So, that being said, if I were to put this on the cloud, would I still need Cloudflare? Or would just putting it on the cloud solve the problem of logging the data even if my PC is turned off? Okay, so Cloudflare would be free right now, and then I wouldn't need it anymore once I switch to a cloud hosting service. And that one cloud hosting service would cover like every single dashboard that I create that's a business system. And then also the databases too, like are those databases on the cloud? Or like the databases just send the data to these systems and then those systems are on the cloud. So the databases would be on the cloud too. Okay, so now that I have that down, the next thing I need to understand is basically like, right now, it's giving me that link, and then I would just copy that link and paste it manually after the post. Is that correct? Okay, so basically, that kind of, I think, answers my question, or the next question, which is like right now, that link, it's like localhost 5000. But I would want the link to be like, stackivate.com, or like, Stackivate / time machine. So once I get this on the cloud, then I could have it so the link is like uniformed into like where the person is going. So if I'm sending them just to the home page, or just say, stackivate.com, and they would click on it, and then it would send all the information. But I just can't do that until I get it on the cloud, because right now it's just through the local host. Is that correct? Alright, BRB. Be right back. I'm back. Alright. So just understanding how this tracking system is set up, and it's going to be part of a larger system. This is kind of the first step of this. Like, this is one feature of the marketing dashboard, but it's going to be part of the whole system, which is going to have more dashboards and even data that's going to be collected from the app itself. Okay, so after I'm on the cloud, let's just say I skip the Cloudflare and I go straight to the cloud. Then I have cloud plus DNS. And explain to me, like, you know, what the DNS is and like what the setup process is like. Okay, so for this feature, I also have A/B variants for split testing. So basically, is that just as simple as, like, I could create two different links, you know, like, for when I do a split test, and it will know that not only, like, which link it came from, but it'll also store the data that it was part of a split test. So yeah, that's correct. It should also do that. Alright, so that's all I need to do for the CNAME is just add that to the data under the domain, which whoever I brought the domain from. And that's just to get a more customized link that looks better. And I believe that you said there was A/B split testing that you basically included with this build. I didn't see anything for that. So basically it sounds like when I'm generating, you know, each individual link, I would just need to put in like the notes that it's part of a split test. Is that basically like the best way to do this? If not, let me know. Okay, so that makes sense. So let me know what's not included right now that would be in version 2. And would there also be like a version 3? Or even more than that? And let me know At what point you think I would want to switch over to add the version 2 changes? Okay, so I think the only question I have left based on right now is like, it's definitely possible to have a way to automatically add these links to the post. And I could probably do that in a way where I wouldn't even have to fill out all the information for the link that I do now. Like, it would recognize things in the post. And even like a later step, if I added an agent, that agent could take care of all of this, right? It could just like realize like, okay, this is the post, this is what kind of post it is. As long as I've got that set up in the dashboard that it's like, you know, creating a certain kind of post, the agent would just know to like, okay, put these labels on this link, add it to this post, and then essentially ship it out. And I guess if there's anything I'm not understanding, let me know. Awesome. Alright, so looking back at what I built, I get the post, copy it, put it on the, you know, if it's an X post, like right now I'm just manually scheduling it until I get a API, certain like X's API. Wouldn't make sense to do right now. It's like, you know, they said $100 to $200 a month, so it wouldn't make sense until I'm generating more income. Some of them like LinkedIn are free, so like that one could auto post it, but for X I'd be manually posting. I'd copy the post, then I come on here, I'll put in the information, and it's awesome because it stores the links that I create. I can do a new tracking link, put in the information, like the main thing, you know, where I want to send it to. And I could change this like / time machine or tools. Yep. Okay. And then source, like, you know, X. This would be an X post. An X post. It could be like a reply or a comment if I had a link in it. And not everything's going to have a link in it. You don't want to put call to actions and links in all your posts. So this is like step 1 to manually do it. What part of the campaign it is. Content tag, like if it was you know, a question post like I did earlier. So then I would it would create the link, I would copy and paste the link to the end of the post, and I would post it. And then for right now, it would store the data on the marketing dashboard, because it's just on the local browser. But then later I would have it so it's transferred over to a database. So essentially, like, this version 1 of this is done, and I just need to start putting the links on, like, you know, the bios for the different social, set that up. Definitely something off stream I would do. And thinking so I feel like I have a very good understanding of this right now, where I'm at. I just need to start doing this manually, adding it to the links. Then probably, what do you think would be the right time to integrate it so that it automatically can go onto a post? Would that be when I create a separate button or like a feature in the dashboard, so each, like, you know, posting for each different you know, each different source or social media platform, or in the future paid ads, would have its own, like, it would, like, I'd have like a section for post, and then, well, I don't know, actually I'll probably figure that out as I go, like how that's going to unfold. But I'm just wondering, the main thing is, I guess, no, I think I already understand that. I think I'm getting too far ahead of myself here, and I just need to start posting it manually, and it'll all come together at the right time. Okay, so I'm going to look at, since that would be something I would do off stream, the version 2 stuff would maybe be like after like a month or 2 that I would build that. Okay, so I guess this feature is done for right now, and I just need to start posting with it. Let me know if there's anything else you think I would need to add. I mean, it looks good to me. Let me know if you think it would make sense to do a audit with Codex. If so, create a prompt and I'll give it to Codex, and it can do the audit based on like just this feature that we just made. Alright, I'm gonna have Codex do this audit. I think Claude would have caught any problems himself based on this stuff already, so Codex would just catch anything that Claude didn't catch, and usually I catch something like every time I have Codex audit Claude's work. And for the most part, it's just going to catch the major bugs, I think. You know, I'm mainly concerned with catching any like big security risk, anything like that. And I can do more auditing, more in detail when, you know, the whole like kind of version 1 of the whole dashboard is done. Definitely making progress. So, you know, just finish version 1 of that feature. Can start using it. And thinking once this is done, I'm gonna look at what to do next, because definitely more I could do. Now I'll make that change to the decisions MD doc that you were talking about. Yeah. Locking it in. Was a win. Okay, so the next step would be the synthesis that you were talking about earlier. Give me a rundown of everything that would do. Definitely should check the context too before I build it. So this seems very similar to kind of how the product ideas feature works. From what I understand, it's basically looking at these observations, maybe even more information than that, and kind of doing a synthesis to find, patterns. So can you look into that to see how that's working? And maybe this would be redundant. Maybe, I guess let me know what you think first about that. If any of this stuff in the synthesis is already kind of created in what I just mentioned or anywhere else on the dashboard already. And whether you think it would be kind of redundant to make it if it is. Alright, so I would like to build this, but I'm thinking, based on what the context is at 55%, I think I should clear the context and then start building it. So, you know, let me know what you think about that, I guess. Probably should have just cleared it before I asked that question, but still super early. That is not a big deal. Pretty much 60% is like the point I'm trying to avoid getting over. And that's pretty good doing this one feature and all that research. That's right where it was at. Alright, so we'll build now. I think you were talking about building a smaller version than you originally thought after finding, you know, going over and finding some of this stuff kind of already existed. So I want you to build I guess the smaller version as you referred to it. I think I'll get this built, and then like it already has a lot of context for the build, so I can just build out the like version 1, and then the next step would be like the prompt tuning and stuff like that, which that I don't think would matter too much to start with a fresh context. And this shouldn't take more than 5%, so I think this would kind of take me right to 60%, and getting this extra step done is a good idea, I think. Looking at the chat, welcome back. Cole Langston's. Good to see you back. Just got done building the attributes feature to the marketing dashboard. Right now it's doing a synthesis feature. Decided I had extra time, I would start building the next one. So I'll show you the attributes feature, attribution feature. Maybe it's not gonna work because it's building right now. Might have to wait till this build is done. Might be going through the files. You're 4 beers deep writing code, no doubt. Alcohol and computer work does not go well with me personally. I wish I could do that. I think that would make things more fun, but yeah, just I think I don't drink that often, but when I do, it's usually after work. Makes it difficult for me to read and focus. But you know, whatever works for everybody, that's cool. I feel like I've only got like maybe 2 or 3 more features. Really for like the version 1 of this marketing dashboard. So I mean, I feel like this will definitely be done by this week, the version 1. Start using all the features, getting some data from them, and then it'll be more about, I think, version 2. Some of these features can like kind of be combined together, and I'll do that and then get it so it flows better. So you know, so what is not working? Oh, I was trying to show you the dashboard on the local browser to show you the feature that I just built, but it was giving me an error message, and I'm assuming because the current feature I'm writing is probably writing stuff in the files. But this looks like it's almost done, so yes it is. Alright, I can try it again. You don't really use Python that much, and this is my first time using something with Python. Let's see if it works now. Yep, awesome. Okay, so I just did this attribution. So it's essentially like when I do call to actions, or else like I have a bio. You know, like check the link in the bio. Usually it's gonna be, for right now, it'll just be like to check out the actual app. I'll have the different marketing channels for the app, and you know, when I do posts, then like I can send posts to different features based on the content. So awesome. I just opened the dashboard. I'm guessing there's like a lag in the YouTube browser. Yeah, you're on YouTube. So let me know when you can see the let me know when you can see it on YouTube. And I guess I can explain it real quick now, so that when it does come up, that way you know. So basically, like attribution, I hit new tracking link, destination URL, which right now it's like automatically autofill for Stackivate.com, which is the app. Then there would be the channel, you know, like X, TikTok, LinkedIn, email newsletter, different channels. I can add those, you know, take them away easily. Medium, whether it's like a post, a DM, a bio, a reply, comment, campaign, you know, what is the basically, so like if it was an email, would it be like the April newsletter? Or else like what kind of, I think, specific feature I'm kind of promoting in the marketing post. We've got tag or content tag, what kind of content it is. So like this first one I did for an example was an X question hook. So then I would put question hook, term, optional, usually unused. Can't remember exactly what the term was. An observation, like where the right now the posts are linked up through specific observations, so the posts are created from an observation. So what are you trying to, I guess, what is the goal of what you're walking me through? What are you trying to like learn something about this? Are you trying to kind of confused on where your direction that you're taking? So then I'll put the post. Can copy, like here would be the question. I can put that in, just copy and paste it. And then any notes that I want to put, can go to create link. It will create the link. And gives me the special link. Can copy that, and then I would just paste it onto the end of the post or email or reply or whatever it want to be. And you know, it'd be like the call to action, you know, the question like, are you confused about brokerage fees on different index funds? Like, check out this tool. And then I would have that link. And you know, this is like a version 1, so I could have the link. Version 2 would be more specific to like where they're going, so it's not just like a local host. And just gotta hook this up to like, you know, once I get the dashboard hooked up to the cloud, then it would make more sense to do the version 2 for this one. So so it is working now. I think the issue was like I was having Claude Code build the next feature that I'm about to check out right now, the synthesis. So it was building this when I tried to access that other feature, and it was just an error message because, like, you know, must have been, I'm guessing Claude was like writing in some of the files, so it wasn't able to open up. I just had to wait for the build to be done. So synthesis, basically right now we've got just built this part, pattern aggregation across observations. When I add more observations, it'll get more data to find. It's like organizing them, I guess, in like highest to lowest patterns. Like index funds seems to be the main tag off the observations, like what most people are asking about: beginner confusion, product insight, 401k, Roth IRA. So the more data I get, the better. And segment breakdown. I already understand how to do the network tag thing that you're talking about. I've done that multiple times before. Doing like network and stuff like that. But yeah, I've already learned that for the most part. And it's working now, so I don't see any reason to go check it out. But I appreciate you offering that advice. Alright, so got segment guess. This seems to be the main part to where all these are different segments, but I know that I feel like there's more overlap than it's showing me here. Reddit, unset, Reddit, but they should all be Reddit. Five Coders United, welcome to the chat. Good to see you back. I think I remember you from before. If not, welcome in. More in store. And just begin with today I began with the attribution, attaching links to call to actions so that I can track, like what marketing it comes from. And that's all part of that's one piece of a bigger puzzle that'll all go in with a CRM dashboard I build next, and can get more detailed data with everything like that. Definitely. That's what I've been doing. Different problems for the network tab. Then I just take a screenshot. And then a response tab screenshot. And then give that to Claude Code. And that's been working pretty good. So yes, I like dashboards. And right now, this is kind of like the version 1. I've already got the Stackivate app, which is I just released the MVP. So this is the marketing dashboard. I'm an entrepreneur. Marketing is my favorite thing about just studying business. So I know a lot about marketing, and that's really what got me into vibe coding in the first place. The idea of being able to build different business systems. So right now this is just like a dashboard. The database is in the dashboard. I'm going to build out the rest of the business dashboards, which are essentially employees. This is a whole marketing team right here. And I'm just doing right now I'm doing more manual stuff, but as I get it working better, it'll be less and less manual. I'll get the other business systems done. Then I'll put them all into a shared database, put it on the cloud, and essentially, get it working better over time. It will help me run the business, run the app better and better, get better information. Okay, so you're saying do I have a link to the app? There should be a link in, let's see, you're on Twitch. So there's one on Twitch and one on YouTube. And I'll even post it in the description, the name of it, and you can just Google it. So you're saying, that's good to know. I've been screenshotting, and I can just do response tab to get the JSON and then paste it into Claude, and it'll understand it much better. That's good to know. Make it easier and quicker in the future. So let's see. It looks like I'm noticing a few things, especially just the way it's collecting the data, that I'm not sure why some of these are this unset, because they're all from Reddit right now. Product insight observations. Okay, so this should be labeled differently because this is basically feature implications. This is feature ideas, like new features to add to the app that I get based on the information I collect through these observations and And in the future, like marketing analytics will also be on here too. So all the marketing data I get. So let's see, I'm going to go back to Claude, read what it was saying to do the testing. It looks like you just saw that that Anna message, and I think she said she left a while ago. Maybe she's still here, but she was definitely trying to get a hold of you to ask questions, and I was trying to explain to her. But I think she wanted to specifically hear from you. But I think I understood her problem and explained it to her. Yeah, I think the main thing she was she thought you were trying to explain to her how to build an AI agent. And she's like, I don't want to build an AI agent. I just want to use one. And I'm like, no, that is like he's telling you how to like set up the system to use the AI agent, not to build one. So I think that was her. No doubt, I saw you were working. So I think like I at least cleared her confusion up. But definitely it's awesome to all work together and learn from each other. And let's see what Claude was saying for this last part of the build. I know, I saw you explain it step by step, and I'm not sure why she was so confused, because we explained it to her. But I talked to friends and just kind of random people sometimes that have no, use. They've tried AI a couple times and they don't understand development and stuff, and it can be difficult to explain this stuff to them, because like we've been using this for a while, so we get it. But then talking to them, they really just don't seem to pick up on like some of the simplest concepts, no matter how much I explain it to them. No doubt, it does happen, and that's why we're here. Like you're helping me. I can tell you have a better understanding in development and coding than I do by far. And then like I understand business and marketing better than coding, but I'm definitely catching up. Actually, like when I first started this, I couldn't answer anybody's questions about coding. Thanks to people like you guys, helped me a ton get to where I am right now. And I mean, I still got a ways to go, but I'm proud of myself for how much progress I've made, and I'll just keep doing it. Definitely, we all got to start at the beginning, and that's part of what inspired me to do this. Because when I first started this, I saw maybe 2 or 3 other channels that were doing this same challenge, and they were all experienced developers. So watching them explain things, I was not understanding any of it. And I was like, you know what? I was like, someone needs to do a channel that just like is a beginner learning this stuff, and then beginners would watch it and they'd be at the same level. And I was like, wait, that's me. I was like, that's what I gotta do. And I wanted to do it anyway, and definitely glad I made that decision. So opening up a chat server, like a Discord, I want to get that done by this weekend at the latest. Maybe I can even get it done like tomorrow morning. Excuse me. Just had some family in town with Mother's Day and everything, so super busy this weekend, and finally got caught up on sleep last night. So I'm back on the grind and definitely doing as much work as I can right now. Want to make progress, and Simple X. I'll check that out right now. So I just had a recommendation to do a Simple X chat server. Can you explain to me what Simplex is and like how it works? It sounds like it's something like Discord. Yo yo, Lucy, no doubt. That's a cool name. What is good? I would have to say everything. Giving thanks for life and health and strength, and vibe coding and agentic orchestration, and building out this marketing dashboard. Just finished building the second feature. First feature today was attribution, link tracking. I can attach links when I'm sending out marketing content that has a call to action. So the link, if people click it, then it gives me data to the dashboard that it can use to help understand what kind of marketing is working better for call to actions and bios and stuff like that. Just now working on a synthesis, just built out kind of like the version 1. Can show you the what's up, Hattis? Respect every time. True N in chat, Simplex. So you're saying that's hard, the marketing, and that's where like, so for me, what's difficult is learning the development stuff, and it's not really, it's kind of difficult. I actually enjoy learning difficult things. Say the most difficult thing I learned before this in the past year was wing foiling. If you'd never heard of wing foiling, that's one of the most difficult board sports I've ever learned. But once I got it, it was like super easy. But just learning it was super difficult. And I like learning difficult things. Like, I like the challenge. So I like learning developing, but it's difficult for me to understand. But this marketing, I've been studying marketing from like the best marketers for like 15 years now, probably. So my marketing understanding is really good. And I know right now, there's a lot of developers that have a background in developing that are, getting the ability with these new agents to build things for like businesses or even just like nonprofit free apps, stuff like that. And also a lot of people that are, not even developers like me that are just starting to learn, but they don't know marketing. And the more there's like just a mass flood of apps coming into the app stores and stuff like that, making it much more difficult to be seen. So this is like perfect for my skill set, to where I can help people who are developers or developing apps and projects to do marketing. So once I get these marketing dashboards done, this could basically work for any app, and then I could just customize it, or I'll figure out more of that how it works later, and I can sell these to people who are creating apps and stuff. And I think there's a lot of value from that. So wing foil, why am I not doing that right now? Because it's dark outside. It's nighttime, and right now where I'm at, the water is like, it's been cold. The water is still like kind of freezing cold. Got the Great Lakes. Great Lakes don't really warm up yet. A little bit too cold for me. But it's almost that season time. The winds are coming through. I've seen people doing crazy tricks that I still want to learn to do. I'm like riding pretty good. I like carving in the swells and the waves when we get them. But I've seen people that can just do like massive jumps, like go up in the air and spin around. And I've seen it in real life, like people jumping like 10-20 feet in the air and doing like a spin. And then on like YouTube, I've seen people in the ocean, they're doing like backflips and stuff. But wing foiling, I think, is one of those sports that's only gonna get bigger and evolve. Let's see. You like to do mountain trekking? Same here. I've been all over all the mountains in America pretty much. Like to do. I rather ride in the resorts, mostly snowboarding, but definitely backcountry. I've done a good amount of backcountry. All the hiking, mountain biking, snowboarding, anything you can think of pretty much. So, let's see, it allows you to move faster. I think you're talking about developing. So Lucy is saying allows you to move faster. been in sales for a while now, and you've run some campaigns before, but having a more in-depth understanding would be sick. I hear you. It's a good thing you're here. You're in the right place. And any questions you want to know specifically about marketing, let me know. And the more context you can give me about like what kind of niche you're marketing for and what kind of project it is, the better advice I can give you. So you got no winter sports experience, but you're a licensed scuba diver. That's awesome. I've never done scuba diving. That's one thing. I've done like snorkeling, but went to the Great Barrier Reef. Man, that was like 20 years ago. And I hear it's unfortunately not the same anymore. Did some snorkeling at the Great Barrier Reef. That was really awesome. Definitely surfing. I love surfing. Alright, now it's playing lyrics, so I gotta change the station up. Let's see what I should do next. How about some Afro beats? Definitely. So scuba diving feels like the nearest thing to being in space. That's what I've heard. I definitely want to try it. I know I feel like there's a learning curve just from surfing. Like, it always used to shock me when like a massive turtle or like a seal would pop up next to me. Luckily, I've never seen any sharks. Dolphins and stuff like that. Dolphins never really like startled me, but those turtles and those seals will pop up right next to me, and just a while to get used to that. But like once I got used to it, now it's like I'm just so used to it. But could imagine scuba diving, like you just like turn around and there's like a shark right there or something. That would develop some nerves. How do I like Codex output? You have a subscription, but you haven't given it a shot really. Only stuck to Sonnet or Opus. So I've mainly used Codex for auditing. Codex is always good. It seems like it always finds things that Claude misses. I want to use it more now that they just did the update to 5.5. Especially for design stuff, because I've been doing images for marketing, for the past, that was one of the first things I started doing with LLMs and AI. Midjourney, Ideogram, a few other sites, and now that GPT 2.0 images is like the best image generator, definitely when it comes to having text on the image. So being able to implement that with Codex, I want to try. The first thing I want to do with Codex when I have a use case for UI is that, and like this marketing dashboard. The UI doesn't matter right now. I'm the only one that's seeing it. But when I actually go to sell it or create a version that I sell, then it would make sense to do the UI. And also when I go back to working more on the Stackivate site, I want to add stuff with UI. Maybe some animation stuff. And I got a ton of different ideas for doing stuff like that with UI and Codex. But also, I've only used Codex in the VS Code, and it sounds like the new Codex, what do you call it, the desktop app for Codex, I heard is pretty good. And I've heard that too. Codex is doing better than Claude currently, using a combination of both. Claude's your main agent. And the main thing I'm kind of trying to figure out right now is what's better, what processes are better for Claude, what processes are better for Codex. And you know, I'm just starting to like learn about, well, not starting, but I'm trying to implement building with like skill trees and doing multiple browsers or multiple agents like writing at the same time. So like when I get a better handle on like which agents are better for which tasks, I want to be able to find out how to deploy them. You know, if I could like make it so like, you know, like Claude automatically writes a certain feature, and then Codex automatically does the audit after each time, and then Claude goes and runs a test after that audit or something like that. But I'm definitely getting Codex, or I mean Claude, because my main thing was I wanted to learn Claude first, to where I feel like I had it down really good before I went on and learned another one. I feel like I'm pretty much there. Maybe that'd be a good thing to do once I finish version 1 of this dashboard. So terminal Codex is the best. I've heard that too. I've only used it, like I was saying, in VS Code, so I gotta get the download that. The issue with Anthropic, they onboarded too many people over a short time. So I'm not really sure why would that be an issue. Onboarded, oh, like users. I was thinking you meant employees, but I think you mean users. So maybe there's like too much usage going on, and they're spending too much time managing too many users. And I definitely noticed with the update 4.7 for Claude, it really tries to slow me down with building, and I have to like keep telling it like, no, I don't want to take a break. Yes, I do want to like build this next feature, but like once I've gotten it dialed in to where it doesn't like, you know, try to slow me down, I've had to like just kind of like explain to it not to do that. Oh, so it's the users. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Awesome. There's been constraints on their compute resources. Lucy noticed that too. I was surprised because in the past, like, you know, if you're in one chat, it would do that, and then you start up a new chat, and then like even if you told it in the one chat not to do that anymore, it'd start doing it all over again in the new chat. But I talked to it a few times about not doing specific things, and now I open up new chats and it doesn't do those things anymore. It's like, okay, you're right. You tell me when you're ready to quit. You tell me when you're ready to take a break. And I just had to be like, you know, I run AI, AI doesn't run I. We run AI, AI doesn't run we. So yes, so you just tell it like, you know, you don't tell me when I'm done. I tell you when I'm done. Like, I appreciate it, but you probably don't even have to say that. Just like, you know, I'll tell you when I'm done. You know, I'll tell you when I'm ready for a break. Because it was doing that like every hour. And I'm like, people work like 8 hours a day. Like, I've only been working 1 hour. Why are you trying to tell me to take a break? And then stop doing it. So that's good to know. Better to use one coding agent. I'm guessing you mean like per project. They all have different style of writing code. This confuses the other agents. Awesome. So yeah, I'll just stick to one. And I think I'll just wait till I have a new project and try writing the new project with Codex. And just stick to using Codex for audits for now. That seems like the way to go. Alright, so I think I'll push this. It was working, just a few things that I can fix really quick and easy after I push where it is now. So let's see what I wanted to change. The first thing. It's like it automatically did the first synthesis. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just like the... Let's see how this works. So it's generating the synthesis right now. Definitely takes a little while to get it to work. Maybe there's a way I can make it go faster. Saying based on my API usage, it should be like 10 to 20 cents per synthesis. Right now I can kind of manually even like get the data that it would be doing, because there's not that much data here to run through, but can at least tell if it's working. So I think first thing I'm going to do is just let Claude know, like, this has been like 30 seconds now. So I'm having it run the first synthesis, and like it's been running for almost a minute now. Still seems like it's running. Do you think that is like, there's a problem with it, or should it take that long every time I do a synthesis? So Lucy's saying, you tried what I was telling you. I had to tell it a few times. Like the first time I told it, it didn't do it. And it was maybe the like third or fourth time that I had to like, you know, tell it like, you know, quit telling me this stuff. You know, it, and then also part of that too was like, it always wants to, give you like a rundown of like, we just did like A, B, and C, so you should take a break now. We just got all this done. And I'm like, don't keep reminding me what we already did. That's extra for me to read. And that was part of it too. So now it doesn't do that unless I ask it. So you guys only use Claude for serious stuff at work. And that makes sense. I've heard other people mention how when they're at work, they can only use certain, like the newer model, like 4.7 of Claude, for serious things, and most stuff they are supposed to use like the past models of Claude. So it sometimes goes slow because of how many people use it at the same time. That's good to know. But I'm not sure if that was Claude that was slow. I think it was more like the dashboard. Regenerated. Oh, okay, so I got the first synthesis. That's awesome. Wow, that's a lot. Wow. Feel like I want like a summarized version of all this. Like, this is good, but they should also do a summarized version. Oh, I'll show you guys. I don't have the right, or no, it is. Yep, the project browser's up, so. So I think the main thing that is giving me is users share a common underlying gap. They have no principled process for making the decision in front of them. Saying like the main decisions that they're trying to figure out from the data I have, and they're like just confused because they don't have the process. They're missing the meta skill of knowing how to evaluate options against their own situation. The result is that decisions get made on feelings, social hype, brand recognition, on peer consensus, and then immediately second guessed. I remember those early days of investing for sure. Media is always going to tell you one thing one day and the next thing another day, and even all the experts switch up on stuff. Pattern appears in total beginners and in users with years of experience alike. So this seems to like be the main pain point out of all the pain points that I got. So this is definitely this is money. Like, you know, I've already got all these pain points, but this is like summing it all up, picking up all the patterns from like highest to lowest. Appears in like 8 of 18 observations, 7 of 18. And then I can take these and then like get information on new features to build. And I had something like this before, kind of like a part of it was built into the observations, but this is like way better. Alright, audience clusters. Framework seeking beginner. Isolated self-teacher. Experienced underperformer. Late start, regret. Processor, okay. Vocabulary, phrases of confusion. Not knowing where to start. It's got their exact language. Emotion mistaken for reasoning. Isolation, no one to learn from. So this is even like, you know, I'm seeing how this dashboard, this marketing dashboard, is money for like, even if you know a niche that you want to build something in, but you don't know exactly what to build yet. And this can really guide you on like what to build out. And like I already knew the niche. I've done so much marketing. Like I did like basic marketing on the features that I was building, but just for the MVP. But now that I'm building it out, this is helping me add all the right features. So there's a ton to this. Right now this is looking pretty good. This is way better than like, I had like a very simplified version before. So back to the chat. I hear you. It sounds like you don't know Python that well. I don't really see, you know, anything I need help with at the moment with understanding like the way this is working. Like everything seems like it's running right except for a few things. But it, you know, I think the main reason, let me know about what you know about Python in regards to the main reason that I was recommended to use Python for this project was because this marketing dashboard, the way it stores data, that there's going to be like more data stored on here. Like I did an earlier marketing dashboard, but that's mostly working through like, I guess like analytics that I already had, where this is like compiling a lot of data. So I was told to use Python is better for like, you know, compiling and processing a ton of data. And even then, like, you know, a lot of this is going to go on to, or the whole thing will be on not just the dashboard database, but it'll transfer it all to like a database that's shared with every single dashboard in the actual app itself. Definitely been committing more and more. Committed, I don't know, maybe like 5 times today. And good to see you, Lucy. Hope you enjoyed the chat. Definitely good learning from all you guys. You only studied Python for numerical computation and offensive programming. That's interesting. I gotta look up offensive programming. Okay, cybersecurity stuff. That would make sense. All right, just ran through everything, tested the dashboard. I'd say it took like 2 minutes, maybe to load up. Which, you know, maybe in the future there's some way that I could shorten the time for that, but for right now, I don't think that's a big deal because there's still more that I need to get kind of fixed on it. And the first thing is alright, so the app is working. Took maybe 2 to 3 minutes. If there is a way to get it working quicker in the future, I'll try to do that. For right now, the first thing that I see I notice is kind of a problem is the segment. Segment breakdown, and it's just showing like 1 next to every single segment guess. So it's not, you know, batching these into segments. Right now it's not seeing, maybe, you know, it's not seeing any similarities, but you know, maybe there's something to where I feel like there are similarities, but it's not picking up on it. And maybe there's just not any similarities based on what's already there. So if not, you know, that wouldn't really make sense to me. Help me understand that if there is, then it's not doing its job right, and it's just listing every segment or every observation as like a different segment. So can you look into this and let me know what you think? That's what I was thinking. Just drop that panel. It's not really doing its job. And it's already doing what I needed it to do above on the earlier panel. So that's just like a lot of extra stuff to read that's not necessary. Alright, have a good day, night, morning, whatever it is where you're at, and respect every time. Alright, Code Langston's. Good to see you again. Peace and love every time. Love is the only solution. Give thanks for life and health and strength and length of days. You know God is great. Give thanks to the Most High for everything. There's always a lesson, even when it's not a blessing. So there's no reason to be worried or stressing. Just keep your head up and keep manifesting. Alright, if it wasn't for the bad times, you wouldn't know what you didn't want. So, you know, always forgiveness in all the situations, and just leave the rest to God. Leave it to Jah, to the most. Make a toast for life and give thanks. Can you compare them first and then give me your take on what you think? It sounds like the new version might be better, but I just wanted you to double check. Let me know what you think. Like, mainly, I think whatever's going to give me the better set of data. Also, let me know if there's more to it than that I'm not seeing. Like, maybe it's all more about also to like getting better over time at doing its job of synthesizing. Synthesizer. Wow. Definitely a good song for the times. How you doing, C Films? I'm doing pretty good myself. One thing that's good for my health and giving thanks for health and strength. You know, working on the marketing dashboard, giving thanks as I go, staying in the flow. It's good to hear that you're doing good. And you know, at first I did what was the first feature I did today was attribution. So essentially, if I do a call to action or have a bio that's, you know, check out the site, or, you know, I put out a post on social media, or do an email marketing campaign or newsletter, with the link that will send people to, like, say I just send them to the landing page of Stackivate, the app. It'll store a lot of information, like you know, where did they click this link? Was it like, it was like an X post? What kind of post was it? Any notes about, like, you know, what kind of campaign it was? Was it an email? And it'll store that. So then I can have that information to know, like, you know, which call to actions are working, where people are clicking the links. Otherwise, it would just be like, you know, I'd see it as traffic coming into the website. So this will give me that data. That data I can use to, you know, understand what marketing is working better. And then that's all part of, like, a bigger picture. When I build out more features later, I can use that. And then it's like, okay, well, this person, you know, this bio on Twitter, people are clicking the most to send to my site, traffic to my site. But when they click it, maybe they're just like, you know, they're going to the homepage and then they're like leaving. Whereas, like, maybe I put out some, like, marketing content that is sending people to a specific feature, and they go there and then they, like, stay for a long time. So then I know, okay, well, this is, like, working better. Go and change, like, the most, like, traffic thing that's sending the most traffic to actually, like, something that's making them stay longer. There's a lot more I can do with it too, but I think that's just kind of an example. All right. Yes, do step one. That's awesome. You went for a walk. I did the same too. Spent some time with my bro, and it was a nice day. Great things to do in life. Motivate and educate. I agree. I agree. As far as I can see, that's what started with me on my path. Following people who did that, and now I feel like, you know, I'm just stepping into a place in my life where I can really do the same, where I have a lot of knowledge that I can share. And you know, I look at the teachers I learned from and the gurus that I had, and they helped me a ton on my path. And I feel like, you know, me going and, like, you know, teaching the information to the next set of people is like kind of paying them back in a way, you know, getting their information out, and then, like, you know, whoever I teach it to can each one teach one, get it on to the next and the next, and, you know, gotta keep people in the right way, doing the right thing, preaching love and not hate. A lot of people out here really, I think, caught up in some talking about hate on everything and thinking it's okay and thinking there's no problem with it, and, you know, using justifications that really doesn't matter to do things that are evil. And got to keep people focused on providing value. People worshiping gold right now, man. Like, you know, that story from the Bible, the evil king of Babylon. I was just talking about this with a friend earlier. And, you know, having people worship gold statues, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego said, no, we won't worship your gold statues. So they threw them in the fire, but they never got burned. And they proved that there was forces that were more powerful than gold. So, you know, teaching what I learned, that was just fresh on my mind today, that I just thought of that. But you got in about 10,000 steps today. That's awesome. I've never recorded my steps, so I'm trying to think, like, I wonder what would that relate to in, like, miles. But that sounds like a lot. You're out there in the Pacific Northwest, so I know they got some really like hiking up mountains. My limit's kind of like 14,000 feet before the elevation really gets too much to me. Okay, let's see. I did step one. Oh, 2,000 is 1 mile. So you got like 5 miles in. That's pretty good. All right, so it sounds like for right now, you got that part done. And then I'll just like wait until I get more data before I go and you know, do that other part. And then is there like, did you put a note in somewhere so that in a future session, like, it would pick up on that note of something that I need to do with this part of the marketing dashboard? So Claude was saying, like, when I asked earlier about refreshing the context, I was getting at like 55%. They said wait till 80, but I can tell already. I must be around like 70 right now, but I gotta be definitely past 60 and starting to slow down a lot. Back to the chat. You posted a new post on C Films Instagram last Friday. Awesome. I haven't done Instagram in a while. I gotta get back on Instagram. It's definitely, I got the generator doing it. I just need to create a new account for the like, I have my personal brand account, but that's like the last one on the list for me. And that and TikTok are, like, I created both those accounts a long time ago, and I posted a few posts and then just didn't get back to it for a long time. And now with this new the new app, I think the only thing I got set up right now is X, but at least I got the all the business stuff set up for the most part, and the Google Workspace account, so now I can create all those accounts in that account. Yes, commit. And also push. So I have a question. I think you already said this, but I wanted to make sure, like, I just generated this synthesis. So, like, if I were to close the dashboard down, and then start it back up, would that synthesis that I just generated today, would that still be there? Or do I need to generate a new synthesis every single time that I start up the dashboard? That is awesome. So, I think I will call it for today, unless there's anything else you think that I would need to do before I end this session. Hello, Denfrey. Welcome to the chat. Respect every time. Give thanks for life and health and strength and length of days. And you know, all types of ways that we can provide value out here. So that's what I'm trying to do and bring it to you. Just got done creating version 1 of synthesis on the marketing dashboard. After I created the first thing I did today was created the attribution links. So when I add a link to like a call to action or a bio, I could put notes on it. People click that link to go to where I want them to go. Then I know exactly what piece of marketing they came from. Respect, thank you. Gotta be looking good every day. Feeling good, looking good, as I should, as I would. What tier of Claude do I have? Max. Got the max plan. I started with the regular, I think Pro, the $20 one, and that was good for maybe like 2 weeks. But you know, I'm doing these live stream sessions that can be like 4 or 5 hours or longer, and I was going over the 5-hour limit window. And now I'm at a point where I'm going over the pro tier or the pro limit window, but I'm maybe getting like 50% through the max window. So trying to find ways to most people are trying to find ways to use less context or less tokens, but I'm trying to find ways to use more, so I'm not wasting usage. But at the end of the day, I mean, for what I pay compared to like what I'm getting done, what this would have costed me to like hire a developer just like a couple years ago before this existed, or even like the level it's at right now, from what I understand. I started this like 3 months ago. Sounds like where it got to this level was really in the last like 6 months. So like even a year ago, I don't think I would have been able to build this quality of things. And you know, I would cut like what I've already built in the last 3 months. Developers, I would have had to hire like probably a couple full-time developers to do that, and that would have been like what, like maybe $15,000-$20,000 a month. So I feel like it's well worth what I'm paying. You're on page 1 of Google now. There you go. That is a win. Respect, man. Congratulations. Search term movie filmed in Seattle. And I think last time you were talking about you were on like, you just went from like page 8 to like page 6 or something. So that is awesome. And I see it, man. You're gonna keep getting that marketing better and better, and you know, over time you can just find a way to collect the data and use it to, you know, find out what worked think about like what worked, like, you know, how did you get that search term all the way up to page 1, and think about how you can apply it to other search terms. You know, there's so much marketing to be done. Also, I don't know how well it applied to what you're doing, but one thing I just started looking into that I want to do, I think on stream, is to you've heard of Solana. They have their own phone, and they're making an app store that's going to be like a competition with like kind of the Apple App Store. The main thing is their app store is only taking like 1%. So you might want to look into getting your site up on an app that you could put it on the Solana App Store. Because what they're doing right now is for early adopters, they're giving away airdrops, which is basically like the Solana crypto. And the first round they did, people got like, you know, like $50,000 if people were using their app. And they can give you all kind of grants and stuff like that. So go check into Solana, Solana. So it was page 4 to page 2 to page 1. There you go. And I did hear Claude leveled up its limits 2x. Some people were telling me, you know, it's still not enough. I'm struggling to hit my limits. Like, as much as I'm wasting it, like, I feel like it's not that big of a deal. But I think the next step for me is to learn like skill trees and having multiple terminals working at the same time. And I guess that will use a lot more data. But for right now, also what I'm doing is, you know, I'm still learning, and I think that will I still have like more of a learning curve to go before that makes sense. But I can start learning how to do it and then apply it at the right time. Currently working on a project, finding ads and videos and posts, hidden ad, and etc. So I'm not really clear on this. You're finding ads and videos and posts. Like, how, I don't understand like how they would be hidden, and what is the goal? You know, you're finding these ads in videos and posts, and then like why are you looking for them? Are you trying to learn from them for like marketing? Or I guess I'm not really clear on what you're trying to do, your objective. Let's see, so that should be good. Definitely got a lot done today. And you know, Danfrey, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry I asked you that to get more info, but I gotta go. I'm tired and I need to get some food to eat. Been going over 4 hours now. Just finished this last feature that I did. So if I don't hear back from you in the next like couple seconds, just you know, come back on another time and maybe I can help you with marketing and what you're trying to do. So to everybody that's still watching, you know, if you haven't already, go ahead and hit the thumbs up. The like button can provide more value to more people, send out the video to more people through the algorithm. Subscribe if you haven't already, coming through with new information steady, so you can be ready when a new video drops. So I think that's about it for today, and I hope you got a lot of value off of what I had to say, and I'll always be coming through with something new, no delay on another day. So for now, I'm out, without a doubt. Peace and love.